Hello, everybody. Hopefully this thing's on and you can hear me. Thanks for joining. Today I'm gonna try to see if I can break my record on streaming. I think the highest I've ever had on a stream is 3 hours, but it's Sunday and I don't really have a lot of things planned today, but if time permits, let's get as much coding as we can get done. I want to get a lot of these web parts that I haven't completed done. I also want to start my own blog. Probably start coding that as well. That way I can put to paper a lot of the ideas that I have and a lot of the things that I've been doing. As I continue embracing what unfortunately I've been neglecting to do, which is AI in my code. I'm still fighting with it a little bit here and there, but I've noticed that they've added some new things. One of the new things that they've added is that I guess you can now teach it skills, which I guess is a good thing, because now you can teach it a specific skill, and then going forward that that the AI won't then take those skills that you've taught it and implement them in your code, which is, I guess, a good idea, because there's times where I understand what it's trying to do. It reminds me of a developer that I used to work with, that he wouldn't care, like he wouldn't really read through the code base if there's already a solution in place, or probably a way that you can enhance the current solution. Instead, he would just write his own modules, and it basically essentially duplicate code, create essentially it's what we call spaghetti code. And there's scenarios where that happens. So I think that now, with the addition of being able to teach AI how to establish a specific skill, maybe that's the way to go. Let me update my code. Not on VR today, so I'm gonna exit that app. Anyway, let's see what's up new on the updates. So, security updates as usual for GitHub Copilot. So, agent plugins, work a chat session. Anyway, I got my small cup of coffee to give me the energy I need. My little niece is here laughing at me because I said it was a small cup. Anyway, let's take a look. Anything that usually what I do is I kind of like scour through this real quick and see if anything catches my eye. If there isn't anything that catches my eye, then I just move along. Here's what I was talking about. So there's a new option to teach the coding agents skills, which is a double-edged sword, right? I mean, like you're teaching it how to do your job. You're teaching it your skills. I see it as efficiency, but I don't know. Like, it scares me. Some of the stuff that it can do, it does impress me. Don't get me wrong. It is impressive. Can I say hi? Can you say hi? So yeah, I mean, it does impress me with the code that it can, that it can write, which is, it can be interesting. And actually, like I said, in certain instances, it does impress me on what it writes, and I won't change some of the things that it writes. Unfortunately, that's not all the time. So yeah, I'm going to be looking into that today. I already knew about this, where you can highlight and then have a chat around a specific bit of code. Anyway, check out these awesome bakes that I get. Looks awesome, right? Check out this awesome cupcake too. Let me see if I can get it too. focus on this. This is the treats I get for being such an awesome uncle. Okay. All right, so yeah, let's go ahead and get started. I was working on the last time I was working on this celebration web part, and I was adding the attachment functionality. The concept of it is that I want to add the ability to have each item have an attachment in there, and the attachment for instance could be an image. Actually, let's do that. So the way it's going to work, it's each individual item will have an image. I didn't know I was going to do that. I thought I was just going to put like a little image here, like an attachment, right? And that attachment will then be exported out into the UI. So the UI is going to have the name of the person that was celebrated. So, right, and then it's going to have the icon. It's going to have the icon of the type of celebration that you're having. And then ultimately next to the name, we're going to have their picture. And then I believe, if I'm not mistaken, we're going to have right here at the bottom, we're going to have the date of anniversary. You know, whether it be March 5th or May 4th, whatever it is, it's going to be there. So that's the objective that I'm going to be working on today, to get this one to get it done. And so the user is going to have, actually, I think it was like this, and then they're going to have the options, right? We want to give the user options to say, okay, does the system include this person's image? If it does, go ahead and just get it from the system. Alternatively, we're going to give you the option to put in an attachment with that person's image. Obviously the item, this is right here, the item. And then this would be the user interface. So right here, this would be the user interface, and this is the actual item on the back end. So item, so the item on the back end is this. And this is what they see on the browser. When they open this, this is what they're going to see. Obviously on the item, they're going to have the name. They're also going to have the anniversary date. But because of PII, we only want to have them share the month and day. We don't want them to share, like if it's a birthday, right? Oh, look, I got a cookie now.
No, it's a waffle.
Oh, it's a waffle. It's a waffle with a face. You see the face? Man, I am gonna gain so much weight from all these treats.
We're gonna eat.
And I'm gonna eat them, she said. Anyway, let's see. So it's gonna have the anniversary date, the name, and like I said, we might want to put like a boolean, like a check field here, like a little check field that says, are you gonna get the image from the profile? Is the image coming from the, you know, if it's coming from the profile, or is it coming from a URL you're giving us? Or we can even make it to where the image can come from an attachment. Why do you want to give people the option, right? The reason you want to give people the option is because there's sometimes that you're working for an organization that does not necessarily want to give the user full access, because like maybe they work in the field, you know, they're a plumber. Plumber's not going to have a computer on them. There's no need to give them access to the full SharePoint site, but maybe they need to contact this plumber, so they want to have their name, you know, or I mean, they want to kind of recognize this person, right? They want the people in the office to recognize that this person had an anniversary or they had a birthday. Even though they're not part of the system where they can easily just put their name in there, they now have the option to integrate a separate image if they want to do so, or maybe they have an about us page on their public website, and they want to take that image of that plumber that's on the public website, and now they want to append that image to there. So you don't want to tie a user, you know, to have them have to have that person as part of the Active Directory. They can have somebody else that's not part of the Active Directory, but they just want to be inclusive and have these people have that same recognition. So that's the option we give them. We give them the option to be included, to not be left out just because they're not part of the they're not part of the Active Directory structure. So so we have the name, the anniversary date, and then also for the name we want to do something like, okay, you have the name, and if they checked off this box here, well, no, we don't want to tie them down that way either. So the name can come from just a string, right? So the name can be a string. If not, it could be the profile. Actually, let's stay in uniform. So profile, a small military thing of mine. Profile, and then it can just be a string, similar to how the URL is, like their name. They just type out their name. And those would be the two options for name. We couldn't do that in an attachment. We don't even want to even think about that. And so this would be the Boolean, right? Or maybe like radio boxes. We can do like radio boxes and let us choose how they do this part. So anyway, this is the plan of how we're gonna do this. So anyway, yeah, let's complete that. So let's work on this. All right, so handle attachment by ID. You give it the attachment ID, the item ID, and then you remove it. Delete attachment mutation. Let's go to the delete mutation because it's been a bit. I think the last time I streamed was a few days ago, so I don't have it ingrained in my memory. So it looks like it requires the item ID, the file name, and then the attachments. And I was looking at the frequent asked questions, the way we handled the frequent asked question attachments. And so there, for the helpers, whenever we were using the helper, let's look for the helpers. So here's the delete attachment. So you would need the item ID, the file name, and the attachments. And then the delete functionality was here. So that's how it is. So we just put a conditional.
It's a dinosaur.
A dinosaur, man. Look at that. You see the dinosaur? Let me see. Is it visible? Let me put it on camera. Oh, there we go. That looks. There you go. You see the dinosaur? Oh, it's only got one eye though.
No.
Yeah, it's only got. Is that? Oh, it's because it's like this. Check it out. It's got two eyes. I was looking at it from the side and I was like, wait a minute. Does that only have one eyeball? Anyway, it has two eyeballs, and it's looking at you directly. Then you can kind of be like, pick an eye, dude, pick an eye. Which one are you gonna look at? All right. All right, so yeah, so let's put this conditional here, and we're gonna basically do the same thing here. So if there's attachments, otherwise, you know, we're gonna put catch. Wait, what did I do? Wait, no, let's just do this differently. So we have the conditional. So then the conditional closes there. Oh, okay. So the catch let's just do this like this, and then we don't have to do this part that I was kind of really only thinking of doing, which is not a good idea. And then it would be we're looking for edit item. If edit item exists and there's attachments, then we can go ahead and delete it. Delete by ID is right here. So we need the item ID. So that would be the edit item.id, comma. And then we need the name, which would be the first file name. We don't have to do this anymore. And then we pass in the attachments. Where are the attachments? Why is this giving me an error? Oh, because this is supposed to be for mutation. The delete attachments by ID mutation, and then the options. Oh, that is correct. Oh wait, there's an issue here because it should be, where's the use celebration items? Right here. So it should be mutate celebration items. And then inside we need to have delete attachment by ID mutation. Sorry, let's see. What do we have? Promise I attachment info is not assignable. What is I attachment info in here? Because attachment,
Like a baby.
Oh,
The tiny.
tiny one. Ooh.
It's so cute.
Mm-hmm.
You have to eat it.
I have to eat it. Okay. I'm gonna have to do it after stream because right now I don't want to hear me eating on the microphone. That wouldn't be nice. All right, so we have deleted by ID mutation, and then delete by ID mutation is the number, edit item.id, then the file name. Why did I pass this in here? We don't really need this. So if edit item and attachments, we need the edit item ID, attachment file name. Attachments is coming from there, which would be iAttachment info. That's where I'm getting iAttachment info from. When attachments should really be, let's see. Where's attachments? Let's see. Trying to find attachments. They gotta be in here. So here's my delete function. Where's the delete function? So delete. Here's the okay. So here it is. So attachments. Where's attachments coming from? Right here. Wait, attachments is not. It's not this. There's no local state for attachments. We have use celebration items, add celebration, update, and delete celebration items. Was there a hook for use attachments? I'm wondering. Give me a second. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. Back. All right. So yeah. So what I was thinking is that the attachments are use attachments by ID. So what is this? A hook? Yep, it's a hook. But then how do we delete the attachment? I mean, technically there's only one attachment allowed, so I mean, at least we can restrict it to be one attachment. So let's do that. So let's see if we don't have, I don't think we have a hook for it. Let's find out. Here's our hooks. Here's our attachment. So we do have cell. What is it called? Cell ID. Use attachments by ID. Okay. So now we have a use attachment by ID. Let's bring that in here. Const attachments equals use attachments by ID. And if it has the edit item ID. And then we need to get rid of the local state for attachments. And then we bring in our attachments. If there was an error for the attachments, let's bring that in too. And now we get rid of this call. And now we can use data delete mutation. We have attachments. Because attachments can be undefined, we need to make sure that we passed an empty attachment array. What is it not liking now? Promise I attachment info is not assignable to parameter. Oh, because of this. And the delete ID mutation is... Where's our helper? Delete attachment by ID. It requires attachments to be this, and then the file name to be a string. Oh, because attachments is a promise. Wait, no, it's not a promise. Why am I putting this under mutate celebration items? It should be under mutate attachments. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. It's mutate attachments. There we go. That's what the error was. I was telling the hook that I am changing the items when the reality is I'm not technically changing the items. I'm changing the attachments that are retrieved by that item's ID. And then the attachment error, it'd be good to have an error show up. What's the error here? So the attached celebration form, let's go look at the celebration form. The attachments here have to be attachment info or undefined. Oh, I misspelled it. Attachments. Okay, so then the attachment error. I want to use the attachment error in the attachment handler. So the attachment handler is here, the attachment view control. So let's bring in the error. Where is the error? Right here. Oh, we also have to do this. Sorry. Hold on. Before I do that. Okay, so we have our mutation, we have our two helper functions, and then the attachment error. So the attachment error is this. You just hover over it and you copy. And you want to make this have an attachment error. And now the attachment error, we're going to say for the attachment control, if there was an error retrieving attachments, the attachment error, if there was no error, then we want to show the attachment control. Sorry. Enter. We want to show the attachments. Oh, because I didn't bring it anyway here. All right, so that should fix that problem. What's the issue here? Oh no, we want to leave that. What did I just remove? We have the attachment error. Because you can't have two, you got to put a React fragment. You can't have two separate elements embedded into a return without having them encapsulated at the very minimum with a React fragment. So you can see these two, this is a control, this is a control. So those are two React elements. And so if those are being returned separately, the return statement is going to give you an error. They have to be consolidated. And you consolidate them by using a React fragment. And actually, I'm going to make this a ternary. So this one should say, I'm going to add a error message. Wait, no. Yep, so the error message is going to say error loading attachments. And then we're going to pass in the attachments error to the component down here. And then everything is happy. And we can get rid of this iAttachment info. So now, let's go to our workbench. Go to our streaming site. And let's make sure that this is started. The source. All right, let's get that going. All right, so once that gets started, we should be able to see it here and see if there's any errors that are being generated. Oh, we have errors. So the attachment control has an error. Well, let's go look at the attachment control. Validate file. Oh, because we're checking to see if it's a JPEG, a PNG, a GIF, or SVG. So this includes. This is I need to have ES 2016. Did I have that on the other one? Let's go look at the attachment control here. Here we go. It says includes. And what is the configuration that we have on this one? Let's go look. Yes, no, it's under probably up here under config. I know it's ES 2016. I forget where it's stored under. Is it under? It might be under the manifest? No. Because on the old one, when I would go to TS config, oh, it's still there, but this one doesn't have that error. So what is the difference? Is this using the same version? 122? Yeah, 122.1. What is different? What causes that? Maybe it's just a TypeScript error. Let's restart the TypeScript. What's under restart? Clean the solution first, let's see. No, I'm still getting the error. Here, selected file is a string. And on here, selected file type is also a string, but I'm not getting the error. I have a feeling that AI changed it on the other one. There was a change on that AI made on the other one that's causing that problem. The question is, where did the change occur? Let's commit this real quick. We can have AI try to do the same thing. Repository not found. Okay. Why is it saying not found? Is it you're not logged in? No way. Was it the update that was causing the bug? Let's find out. No, it's back. Hey bro, please guide me. I understand codes but can't write. Sorry, I just saw your chat. I think you're gone. There's nobody there. Sorry. You have to be part of the stream for me to be able to help out. Yes, now you have to select this. I don't understand why I have to change it when on the other one I didn't have to do that. All right, let's go find out. SPFx. Where is yes? Where is it established that? tsconfig.json. So it's saying that it's established in the tsconfig.json, and the tsconfig.json is here. So let's go look. So we have node modules. Then we gotta go to Microsoft. Microsoft SPFx web build rig. Profiles default. No, it's tsconfig base JSON, this right here. So we are in ES5. What I'm curious about is what the difference is. So this one's in celebration feed. And now this one, let's do the same thing. Node modules, Microsoft SPFx build rig. Profiles. tsconfig base. Zero. There's no difference. It looks identical. There's no difference between the files. Why am I getting an error on the other one, but not this one? Attachment control. curious though if on this one, if this would build. So this one, let's go find out. Let's look at the directory. It has been building this whole time. I don't see why it would be different today. But we'll see. Yeah, it started up. No problems. What's a little different, the only thing that I noticed that's different on this one is that it has other web parts in here that I built. Like we have the celebration feed, and then we have the discovery web part and the slider web part. But for some reason, this one's giving me an error. It doesn't make any sense. I have another web part where I use the exact same control. Restart. What's the command to do that? Yeah, TypeScript restart TS server. There we go, that one. No, but still. I also looked at both esconfig files and they are identical. Let's see, compiler options. Here's the compiler options. And it changed this now. So this is a new one. Oh, but this is under esconfig. It changed it altogether. So now, so I went in here and it changes it here. Where it used to be, let me close all this. So it included these compiler options, but I don't have that on the other one. Don't use agent or use ask. It just doesn't make any sense to me why one works and the other one doesn't. It's the same. This is accepted types, which is an array of strings. And on this one, let me see, what line am I at? 942. Yep, an array of strings. And I can use includes. Package JSON 122. Package JSON 122.1, 122.1. They're identical. It's beyond me why it doesn't work. I have a lot of stuff to update here. I can't let this go. I have to figure it out. There's got to be a reason why the compiler options includes does not exist on type string. I get this, and that's what AI did, but why does it work on one but not the other? It's saying include ES 2016 under the compiler options. It just doesn't make any sense to me why one works and one doesn't. And I have to figure it out. So once again, Microsoft tsconfig base, copy this, diff checker, node modules. Oh wait, I just passed it. At Microsoft SPFx build profiles Base. Find difference. Nothing different. ES5. I don't understand. The only thing that I changed wasn't even here. And yet it works on another one, but not here. Let's see. And let's do the same thing here. Might help if I spell it right. This one builds fine. TypeScript version is 5.8.3. I wonder if that makes a difference. Let's find out. It's the same, 5.8.3. ESLint is 8.57. Webpack is 5.95. 5.8.3. The only thing I can think of is, let's do this. Go to, let's do index up. Let's save it like that and let's try it now. Just curious as to what the versions are. So we have 5.8.3, 8.5.7, and 5.9.5. Same one. All the versions are the same when it comes to the compilers, so I'm not sure. Why the issue? Why is it doing that? I'm trying to think of get rid of this. Why is it even on there? What is this right here? Already TypeScript errors? I just don't understand why that is a problem. Forms, attachments, attachment control. This one has forms attachments. Yep, it's in there, same spot. And accepted types are just strings. Does Claude give me an option to load a file? I wonder. Because it's not letting me push this up to GitHub. It gives me an error. I don't want to be a troubleshooting Git right now. Okay. I thought I was signed in. Forget that. All right. Let's go to the other one. Let's see. In another Webpart where I am. It says it includes it, but there TS config to ensure it has ES 2016 in the live through the live compiler option. So it's not the LIB. Let's go look at the LIB. So LIB tsconfig.json. Where is the tsconfig.json? So it does have 2016 somewhere. Compiler options. I don't get it. Haha, I need to be honest. I haven't actually looked at the extended base configuration file. Jeez, that is so crazy. Why are you lying to me? Okay. I was making an assumption. Let me show you what I actually found. This is interesting. It doesn't include 2016, only 2015 modules. Since you're not getting the error here, the other Webpart must have an even more restrictive configuration, possibly just... The other Webpart needs at minimum ES 2015 collection. It does have... Yeah, it does have it. Here is the other Webpart ES-config. Thank you. It's identical. It's exactly right. Let me bring in the package JSON of this one, is saying it's a different TypeScript, which it's not. 580. The only thing I can think of is that actually that's an interesting find. Let's try that. Let's see if we let's clean this up. So we remove this to make sure that it uses 580. And then what we would do is let's get rid of node modules. I'm gonna have to close this. Did I delete it? Looks like it did delete it. Yeah, node modules is, well, it looks like it's still doing it. Okay, so it looks like it finished. But just to be sure, for good measure, reveal in File Explorer. Let's close this. No node modules, it's gone. And then let's get rid of package lock. Ooh, I'm hesitant to do that. No, let's not get rid of lock. Nah, let's just get rid of it. All right, package lock is gone. All right, so now celebration feed. Now that I've changed certain things, let's run npm I to install all the node modules back, and then we'll figure out what, if the TypeScript is the issue. You have to remember, so the way that the dependencies work is when you have those little, let me show you. So when I bring up this folder, this little line right here, what that means is always go for the latest, always install the latest version. Problem that you have there is that if you don't have a package lock JSON file, it's always gonna get the latest and greatest. The problem is that at the point of you writing the code, you may have written it for the previous version. And so what happens is, because you have the latest and greatest, now it's causing conflict, because when you wrote it before, it was not using that version. So that's it's very important that you don't get rid of that package lock JSON, because if you do, then it's going to become problematic, because the version is now using the, version 5 or version 6 or version 7. That's why it's important that when you commit your code to Git, you include the package lock, so that if somebody else wants to use your solution, when they run npm I, even though it's telling it on the package JSON to install the latest version, the installer will ignore that, and it'll go based on what's inside of your package lock JSON, because that is, when you were writing your code, that is the versions that it was using. Well, we have errors. I figured as much. We have an error with rush stack. Let's put these side by side. Maybe I can try to hack it to work. Don't try this at home. All right, so if we go to package.json, we're using the same stuff on both or not. Let's see, dependencies. We're using PNPSP. Wait, this one's not even, why is this one using TypeScript? This one doesn't even have TypeScript on here. Let's get rid of TypeScript from this one. That's part of the problem. That's the issue. So now let's do this. And actually, no, yeah, let's do that. I'm almost certain that that's the issue. That TypeScript version being embedded in the package.json, and it's not in the package.json of the one that's working. I don't even know how that got there, to be honest with you. So I wonder if that's the same scenario for the discovery web part. Let's look. Yeah, see, it's here as well. Now let's try to see if it works. I mean, I don't see the error anymore. Yeah. No. No, 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 no. The error still happens. Oh, man. I don't get it. Try this again. It's not gonna let me do it. Oh, I know why. PowerShell is running. Already finished. It was SPFx. That's pretty cool. I wonder who at human who codes is. It's an interesting handle. Wonder if this guy Nicholas is human who codes. Yep. Nicholas C. Zakas. I hope I'm not butchering that last name. TypeScript version is 5.3.3. And when I run the other one, The version is, drum roll please, I think it was 583. Yep, version 583. Let's install that. TypeScript. And let's go to versions. 583. 580. Well, the reality is we can just do this. And then what we do is 518.3. Now let's try that. What in the world is it doing? Copy 583. Now let's try to build it. It's still using TypeScript version 533, even though I installed 583. Okay, now let's try to run it again. It shouldn't be building because TypeScript is removed. I know it's something petty, but it just bothers me that it works on one place, but it doesn't work in a different place. And that's genuinely what's definitely bothering me. And to me, it's just unacceptable. I can't let it go. I definitely think it's the TypeScript version, but how can I make the compiler use that specific version? I think I figured it out. Has to do with because here, oh, this one it does have it here. TypeScript in the dependencies, it does have it. But it doesn't have to have it here. For dev dependencies, they should be the same. But they're not. So 452, that's correct. 122, 122. Right next to ESLint is 857. I'm gonna switch out the battery on my camera because it's about to die. So I'll be right back. I do need to get like one of those constant like chargers that you can just put it in a battery and it places the battery. Waiting for this to finish. There we go. So now build it. We'll see if the error still happens. Yep, it's still happening. Oh, why? I'm gonna. I just don't understand it. It doesn't make any sense to me. I have a feeling that it's because of this file. Let's go to the other one. So let's open the chat. This one, it has no defined, no, it does have a defined version. I noticed that, no, let me give you, here is the package lock from the other. Let's see if it finds a specific difference. As I was mentioning before, the package lock has the exact versions of what's being utilized, whereas the package JSON, not the lock one, just contains what packages you're using. And every time you see that little up, like the little cone pushing up, like if you look at the yup package, it has like the little it looks like a greater than or less than sign, but going up. I don't know what the name of that symbol is, but anyway, this just means that it's going to take the latest version. So if the latest version is 3, it's going to use 3. If the latest version is 2.3.8, it's going to use that. It's 583. Both Webparts have the identical versions. It should show on the bottom right hand corner. Okay. So this one's using it just says TypeScript JSX. What about TS? Let's open a TS file. Let's go to, here's a TS file. 593. 5. So let's take a screenshot of it. Oh, come on. Screenshot. No. Seriously? This is using 593 on the celebration feed. And on this one's 593 as well. But why am I getting this error on this one and not the other one? The only thing I can think of is, let's do this for the interim. But here on SPFx, let's take this, open it in a different tab. I'm gonna copy this. I'm gonna paste it in here. And then we can have AI take a look at both of them and see what it finds. I'm even wondering if I open the file on this other solution, I wonder if I would get the same error or not. I'm also wondering if, because I have so many solutions within the same folder, if that's causing an error as well. Because this one has very little dependencies. And here's our TypeScript 580. It's still copying. So anyways, what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to try to copy the other web part to this folder structure and then have AI look at both of them at a much deeper level and see what could be the issue there. In like 20 minutes, I'm going to have to step away. I'm going to be away from my keyboard for a few minutes and then but I'll come back. It's going to be lunchtime for my dogs. So I have to go feed them and then I'll come back. You know, occasionally I go look at Twitch to see if like I'm listed under the development area and I am not. So I don't, oh, there I am. It's interesting because it doesn't show me like if I don't have that like right now, it's showing me on the lives, but usually it doesn't. Anyway. And it's still at 24%. Jeez. While that's happening, let's save this. And then let's build it. But I can continue building while I have to figure that part out. We can come back to it. I don't want to bore everyone. Or I'll figure it out offline. Okay, so is it started or not? Oh, I just built it, didn't I? I meant to start it. Right, so I wanted to add the ability to add an image. So if I add this brick photo, I should be able to use test. Let's say John Star. It's gonna be a birthday. Submit. Oh, celebration image is required. Let's change that. If there's, so we have to go to the form, and on the form, so we have attachments. First, let's find out if the attachment went, well, the attachment hasn't been added because I didn't press submit. But let's just say file is on here. Let's look at the form validation. Here's the form validation. So do we have files in here? We do not have files on here. I'm debating if I should have files or not. Let's include here a type that's called has files. And Boolean. It's optional. All right. And then on the form, on the setter, where are we using the setter? That file. I broke and I know what you're actually building. I am building a Webpart. This right here. I'm building this. So I want to be able to know whether it's an anniversary or a birthday. It's called a celebration Webpart. It's basically, you're going to be able to put this on one of the pages. It's basically web development, right? The only difference here is that I'm using SharePoint as my backend. But I mean, this translates to any kind of web development that you want to do. If that's your niche, then that's what you would want to do. So here, we're going to use set value. And on the handle attachment, on the setter, I want to use set value. So set value is going to have to go into the attachment control in this scenario, unless, because the attachment control is using the React setter. There's two ways we can do this. I could do a use effect, but then the use effect would cause a re-rendering issue. So let's not do that way. Why are you still manually coding? The reason I manually code is because I don't, well, I do use AI. Don't misunderstand me. I do have Copilot, but the reason I still manually code is because I don't want to lose the knowledge that I have. And I don't really like the way AI codes sometimes. Like I could tell it, like, watch, I'm gonna make AI right now. Let's use AI so you can see what I'm talking about. Actually, let's go into the where I'm at. Let's see. It's source. Let's use Claude. So I'm going to use Claude, and I'm going to ask it to do what I'm trying to do. So let's see. I'm going to give it the relevant files, and perhaps it could give me a different idea. So we're using this, and I need to have the attachment be involved in the form validation. I need the form to not make URL required when a user has an attachment on the form. Okay, so my initial thought were to have it have a Boolean field to determine whether there is an attachment on the form. All right, so right now I don't have anything committed. Well, I have changes that are that I'm going to stage these changes. That way I can see what change it made. All right. So now let's see what it does. I'm going to go ahead and save these the way they are. Okay, let's plan for this change. Ask any clarifying questions? All right, let's see what it does. And the reason I do the stage changes is so that if all my changes that AI does are here, and if I like them, I'll integrate them into my code base. If I don't like them, I'll undo them. Oh, what in the world? Where did this come up? Oh, this came up because I just added the new Webpart. But it's in the planning stages, so I'm assuming it finished copying, and that's why I can see these now. It hasn't made any code changes yet. Should hash files included on the submit payload, or is it purely a form internal validation helper? Yeah, it's form internal only. What determines has attachment? Both new file stage and existing save attachments. Correct. If it has it should clear the URL field if attachment is added. Basically, we want one or the other. The objective is to have the form be used to where a user can add an image for the person's profile picture. If one does not exist for them. So the objective, like I said, is so when a user comes in and codes or adds, I'm sorry, celebration, we have three options. They're either part of Active Directory and their image is part of their Active Directory data, and then we can just use that picture. Second option would be you give us an URL to where the image is located. And the third option being you can give us a URL, an actual picture by attaching the image. So in essence, we're giving people the options, right? When they use your program. So right now it's saying it's going to use these two files. Update has validation. So when has files is true, the image is required. If it's not true, when has files is true, then it makes it optional. Otherwise, it's going to make it required. And then the default value is going to have has files set to false. All right, let's see what it does. Another thing that I find interesting is that I give it the files to work with because it saves on the tokens. Because otherwise what it'll do is it'll query your entire code, and all that time that it takes to query what files it's working on, it uses up your points or whatever those token things are called. They're tokens, right? The other issue that you also have if you don't give it a definitive set of files to work with is it makes you ignorant to what your code is, and then you don't know what's going on. And then if you ever have to figure stuff out, you have no idea where the issues are occurring. You have to do an extensive amount of troubleshooting, debugging to try to figure out where your issue is. Whereas if you're knowledgeable in your code base, then you don't have that problem because you're well aware of your code deficiencies. See, this is what I didn't want it to do. It's creating a use effect, and so this is going to cause a re-render. Stack developer from India. I'm also a MERN stack developer from India. I'm building custom e-com websites. I'm assuming e-commerce for Instagram sellers and institutional projects. How can I get foreign clients, or do you have any projects I can work? I don't have any projects personally. I know some people use certain like Fiverr, or however you pronounce that. People that do. I work for an organization. I do this on my free time. Obviously, this is the weekend. I'm not working right now. And I just do it to share knowledge. This is what I do. I am by trade a SharePoint developer. I also do full stack developer. I use my when I work on full stack projects, I've done mostly Postgres as my backend. So I'm more inclined to use when I'm doing development on a full stack scale. I use Supabase as my backend. I like it. It's free. If you want to build like little projects for yourself and learn there, this is free. And it you can actually have a Docker container for Supabase. And then for my front end, when I'm doing full stack, I will use React or 10-stack start. So 10-stack start, I like it. It's very similar to when I do mobile development, like the routing and everything. It uses 10-stack router by default. And it has the entire library of things that you can use. So I really like 10-stack start for that. It's a React scaffolding tool. It pretty much, with these two, you can build a lot of things. I have never used Mern. My understanding is Mern is like a JSON based database. It's not, it's more, I think Mern is a little more dynamic, right? Like it's not as strict, but I tend to be a little bit more guided to use more strict products. And I find sometimes when you use products that are not as strict, it can cause a lot of errors, but I could be wrong, right? So Mern is, you're using Mongo as a database, which is a JSON based database. So MongoDB. I wonder how much this costs. Is it free? Is MongoDB free? Let's go to, where's, because with Supabase you can create a project. And I wonder if there's a MongoDB or like a container in Docker. I was gonna put never mind, I'm not even gonna say the word. Yeah, so MongoDB and Docker. So I guess you can have a free instance of MongoDB on your development station. And then you can have, so what I would recommend is if you're using MongoDB, you could create a Docker instance, like a container, and then do all of your development in the container. And then once you have it running on your machine, then you can use something like Vercel for like if you want to share it with somebody, like an organization. I know I heard one time that there was a person that said, like, for example, there's okay, so it's free up to 12 megabytes. Cool. But I mean, if you want to build it on your local machine, and then once you have it built on your local machine, then you can move to have it built on the cloud on their system, which gives you the free 12 megabytes. And then once you have users, then you can start like a charging option, I guess. And, based on however, my understanding is that even if you do have users, they don't charge you a lot per user. It also depends obviously on the amount of data that's being used. But anyway, what I was saying is, for example, YouTubers, they use those thumbnails. And one time I was watching a person that they would create thumbnails. And one of the strategies that they had is that they would create thumbnails for some of the YouTubers that they enjoyed watching their YouTube videos. And in doing so, they would do it for free. And then I'm not saying do stuff for me for free. I don't want that. But I'm saying that was their end, right? They would create these thumbnails, shoot them in an email or a message or something to the content creator. And then that content creator would use their thumbnails, and it would give them exposure. What I mean by using Vercel is you can create an application, fully build it on your local development workstation. And then once it's built, you can reach out to organizations. You can pick an organization, pick a company, pick a nonprofit if you want. Create an application for that nonprofit. So, for example, there is a place downtown here where I live that they do gardening. I've been considering maybe creating a gardening app for them. I can just build like the initial screens And one day when I come across one of them, I can say like, hey, like I'm creating this thing. Would you be interested in maybe utilizing it and give me ideas on how I can make it better and what you would like to see on it? What that does for you is that it gives you exposure, because now once they start using that application, you can put your logo at the bottom saying that you developed it, and then people will reach out to you for freelance work because they see examples of your work out in the real world. I'm not a freelance developer. I work for an organization, but if I was looking to do something like that, that would be my way in, similar to how people used to do. Like I said, I watched a YouTuber that said, hey, my way in was doing that, was creating thumbnails for content creators. And there's a lot of really big content creators out there. The benefit that you get on the content creator side is that if they're a big content creator, that gives you even more exposure, right? Because that content creator could refer you and say, hey man, look at what this fan did for me. And I really liked it. Maybe you could do the same thing for you. When it comes from an application development standard or a point of view, you could do the same thing, but you can do it for an organization. That organization has other organizations that it works with. Hey, so and so built this application for me. Or hey, what was that? Who made that application for your group? And then word spreads, and then you get more visibility, right? And like I said, it's maybe basically like an internship, right? You're trying to build that word of mouth scenario. Right now, there's a lot of competition, if you will, because you can get AI to build a lot of things. But I hate to say it, AI is just like right now. If you look at my code, AI just wrote it. It created a use effect. And what that use effect is going to do is going to re-render my form. Why do you need to use a use effect to do what it does? Like, it created two use effects, one for file and one for attachments. That's not the way to do this. That's why I don't use AI, because I don't like the way AI writes code. It doesn't work for me. I'm sorry. If it works for you, then go ahead and use AI. I use AI to help me render ideas. For example, like I can go to a customer and say, what do you think if it could look like this? But when it comes to code, I'm very, very hesitant because it doesn't write good code. I'm sorry, it just doesn't. And sometimes it does, but not all the time. That's just the way it is. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to say it. I know it's probably not what everyone wants to hear. And I'm the AI bubble one day will burst. There's going to be a lot of organizations that are creating applications that are just not good. And applications, what happens is once they get to where you have a lot of users and you've written spaghetti code, your application UI is going to reflect that. It's not going to be greatest. It's not going to be the greatest, and people are going to complain about it. So it all depends on the type of developer that you want to be. Are you going to value quantity over quality, meaning how much output do you have? If you're going to have output, and no quality to your product, then AI is your way to go. But if you want good quality code and quality products going out, then you use AI to where it benefits you, and it helps you give, like UI examples to your customers and tell them, hey, would this be a good idea? But as far as architecture and coding, you have to be very careful, because right now this is not the way I would have written it. What I would have done is I would have used the attachment watch to determine whether or not it works, whether or not there's an attachment, instead of using use effect. Yes, you are true, but over time I agree, it will develop itself over time. And now there's, like with Claude, there's a new skills file that you can define. But I haven't tried it yet. I'm just being blatantly honest. That's one of the things that I wanted to do on stream, is to try to give the AI a skill set and see if it does any better with the skill set. But as of right now, unfortunately, I mean, look at what it did. This is not the way I would have written this. This is like elementary code. Sorry. This is gonna re-render my entire form to check if a file has been added. I don't think that's the way to do things. And I mean, if you are not knowledgeable and you just rely on AI to do it for you, this is what you're going to be delivering to your customers. Eventually, you're going to get a customer that says, why does my form look like it's refreshing every single time I change something? This is why, because it added a use effect. So, all right. So anyway, I'll get up my soapbox about why I still write. And also, like I said, it helps you be knowledgeable. It's so easy to get carried away and tell AI, do this, do this, do this. And then you have no idea what's going on in your code. And then you're utterly lost. You're lost. You don't know what's going on. And now when the user comes and says, hey, I have this bug. As a developer, 9 times out of 10, when somebody comes to me and says, I'm seeing this, automatically in my head, I'm already thinking of where that bug is at, because I know exactly how I wrote the code. And I can already start having the cogs in my head going, thinking about where the bug is. I'm not trying to be discouraging. If you think you if you think that you can develop in just AI, go for it. In India, job market is going down in IT companies because AI impact. What would you suggest me as a 20-year-old? I would suggest that you continue on your journey to learn how to code. Because while AI is making great strides, it's not gonna be something that I feel will replace really good developers. My suggestion would be to make sure that you are well versed in architecture, because that's one of the things that, in my opinion, AI fails with regards to architecture. So learn how to be a good architect in your application development. Learn about relational databases, how to build good relational databases. Learn good code structure. Learn good coding patterns. For instance, in my when I code, I have a specific I do these like pictures, right? Like I kind of go through the architecture on how my application is going to work. And then what you want to do is establish a good pattern for your development. So my pattern on development, I have obviously my backend, whatever the backend may be. This is on some server somewhere. And then from the backend, I have my application. So the backend feeds into my application. Oops. So the backend feeds into the application, right? And then from this is an application, right? And then inside of my application, oh, sorry. Let me move this arrow. Okay, so inside of my application, I have you have the application layer. Inside of your application, you have your API. This is the calls that make contact with your backend from your application perspective. And then the API, I have my caching layer, which is, in my scenario, depending on if I'm doing a SharePoint development or if I'm doing full stack development. If I'm using SharePoint, I'll use SWR. If I'm using full stack, I'll use Tanstack query. Right, so this is my caching layer. Okay. And then after my caching, so the API feeds my cache. From my cache, then my data is divided into two things. So you have my remote data, the data that is coming from the server, from the backend. So think of the backend. I'm sorry. The backend feeds into these two. Oh man, it added that arrow there. Let me get rid of this arrow that's in here. All right, so my backend feeds into these two. The API is what connects me to the backend, and then the SWR is what stores the information that comes from the backend. So then I have my local state. So my local state is broken down into two pieces. My local state can be broken into component level and global level. And this is why it's important that you think of all these things, because you're going to have to establish a development pattern for your development strategy whenever you're building any kind of application. Okay, so the component level is like your props. If I look at my component, for example, at the component level, my local state on this one, here's the local state. I'm using just your generic use state to store my local state. And for my global state, I'll use something like Zestan. So the component level, let me see if I can just type here. Okay, here we go. So the component level, this is just your typical React use state. And for your global level, you can use context or you can use reducer. But for the global level, I like to use Zestan. Okay. And then finally, you have what the user sees, right? So the user sees the UI, the user interface. This is what the user sees on the page or the application that you're building. So you want to think of these kind of things when you're learning how to be a good developer, and you want to establish patterns for how you are going to build your application, because ultimately this cache data, which is your remote data, and your local state is what's ultimately going to be displayed to the user. When they go to your application, this is what they're going to see on the browser page. So this is what I define in its entirety as the architecture of your application, right? So this whole scenario that I just kind of outlined is your architecture. And so this is the kind of stuff you want to get good at, because once you have this laid out, your application becomes more cohesive and your application becomes something that you can easily troubleshoot and work on. I hope that this is a good indicator. So you want to become a good architect. You want to build good products. So you have your backend, your application, and this is what ultimately what the user sees. And you wanted all these things, all these pieces to work cohesively. You want them to work in tandem together to develop and build a good user interface. Because at the end of the day, if you don't have customers that are pleased with the products that you're building, that word of mouth, just as word of mouth can get around that you're building applications, word of mouth can get around that you build very bad applications. I don't suggest you use tutorials. I'm sorry. I suggest you use uh, the ability to learn by doing it repetitively. Build applications. Start looking at applications that you want to build um, uh, in the process of learning. You're not going to learn by watching tutorials. Tutorials are going to put you to sleep. There's a reason why a lot of the YouTube channels that are out there that did a lot of tutorials are getting away from that. There's a reason why I don't do tutorials on my YouTube channel anymore. By the way, subscribe to my YouTube channel. You can watch me build stuff, even stuff that's not SharePoint related. I can build full stack applications. So if that interests you, I may be building one of those on my channel soon. But yeah, subscribe to my channel. I appreciate it if you do. And if you have a specific question, I'd be happy to look at it with you. But that would be my strategy. If I'm learning today, it would. Okay, let me step back a little bit. The only reason I do occasionally I would suggest watching a tutorial is don't watch a tutorial with the intent of memorizing what they did. Watch a tutorial with the intent to understand the concepts. Because a lot of tutorials, they don't teach you the concepts. For example, what is the concept here behind what I just showed you? The concept is, and how can I explain it to you in relative terms? Like, how can you understand what I just said? Because you may not understand. To you, it sounds like a different language if you're not, if you've never done programming. When I said the API, what is the API? When I said, what is the state? What do you mean by state? You may not understand those things. So those are the concepts. That's the jargon, right? So if I was to go and hire you to work at a factory that makes donuts, I wouldn't expect you to learn all the different variations of donuts that are out there. I just expect you to learn the concepts, right? What a donut looks like, what the factory buttons are, like when you start the machine to start making the donuts, that kind of thing. You learn the concepts. So the reason I watch tutorials is just to learn the concepts, to get the ideas from the tutorial, not to memorize it. Don't make the mistake of trying to memorize. Sorry, my dog is chewing on something. Don't make the mistake of trying to memorize what they do in the tutorial. Instead, learn the concepts from what that person is trying to teach you. So this is very generic. I'm not teaching you I'm not doing a tutorial on it. I could, but with the changes to code, with the changes that come with AI, it'd be counterintuitive. So if I was learning something, if I was learning to do coding in this day and age of AI, that's my approach. Is I would just start building projects and just use AI to help me understand the different ways that I could tackle certain things. And always be sure that you understand what's going on in the code, because that's what makes you an efficient developer. If you don't do that, then it's going to be problematic. One of the applications that I built here recently was this one that I'm really proud of this one. It's a lot of code that I've written so far. But you can see my code is using the same pattern, regardless of how complex the application is. It's still using the same pattern. I have an API folder where I put all of my API endpoints. So these are all of my API endpoints, which is what I was talking about from an architecture standpoint. You want to have your API layer. Then you want to have your SWR layer, which is your data cache. What I mean by data cache is like, I like to go fishing. Originally, my YouTube channel was supposed to be about fishing. I thought, hey, I can make videos while I'm out on the kayak, and document, me out fishing. There's a video of me when I go fishing, but I didn't catch many fish. I suck. I mean, if the world ended and I had to catch fish to eat, I would be probably starving, because I am not a good fisherman. I can't catch a fish to save my life. But anyway, how can I relay fishing and for you to give you kind of like a layman's terms as to what I'm talking about? If I was to go fishing, for example, and I'm gonna use, like the thing at the end is called a lure, the what you put on the hook. It could be a worm, like if you're using live bait. It could be a worm, or it could be a lure, like a rubber thing that you just put on the hook and makes it look like a worm, but you cast it out into the water, and then the fish thinks it's a live worm, so it'll bite it and try to eat it, and then you caught the fish. But those things come in different colors, right? And if every time that I wanted to switch out that lure and I didn't have the lures with me, I would have to get out of the water, put my kayak in the back of my truck, drive to go buy a new lure. It would be excessive for me to have to do that every single time that I need a new lure. It wouldn't make any sense to do that. So they created, people that have this as a hobby to go fishing, they created little containers for you to be able to put those lures in there, right? Or they created like a little bucket with a little aerator that gives the bait oxygen so it can stay alive. And those are what in programming we call variables. We store things because we don't want to constantly we don't have to be constantly going to the store to get those things. So similarly in programming, we have variables. We store things in those variables because otherwise you would have to constantly be going to the server and get the data over and over and over again, and it would make your application slow. So that's why in programming, in React, we use state. Now there's two kinds of state. There's a state where we cache the data from the store, like where we went to go get it. Think of that as the bag. You just went to the store, you bought what you needed, you put it in a bag, like a plastic bag. You paid for it, puts in a plastic bag or a paper bag. That's your state that you just got it from the shelf. Or like it could be your grocery cart. That's the state where you're at the store, you put it in there. You may search for ant hands to look into application built using AI. Ant hands? I'll look it up here in a minute. Ant hands. Anyway, so that's what I was saying. That's the state that comes from the server. The data is coming from the server. It could be in a cloud somewhere. It could be in your house. And then the local state is, what is storing the information of what you have once you are in your location, wherever you're. If I'm in the water, right, and I'm looking for a specific lure of a specific color, I can store that locally somewhere to tell it, okay, I'm looking for red, and then it'll filter down all of the red ones. That's what's considered my local state. And then obviously the UI is what you can see with your eyes, right? But you mentioned ant hands. What is ant hands? I'm not going to see something inappropriate, am I? Let me look it up on my computer first. Ant hands. Ant hands what? AI? Based on your search, anthands.in is an Indian brand specializing in personalized gift fridge magnets. It's an Instagram seller. This right here. It's making magnets. I don't have a very big following, so I don't know if you built something for them and you're trying to get exposure. I'm still fairly new to this. It's growing, right? I hope it grows, my channel, but I'm still fairly new. So Yeah. But anyway, going back to the code, this is my strategy towards building applications. Oops. This is my general architecture ideas when I build applications. And these are the patterns that I follow. Give me a moment. I'm going to check what my dog is chewing on. She's way too entertained and quiet. All right, sorry about that. She was just chewing on a cap, which is fine. Not a cap like a cap, but like a bottle cap. All right. Yeah, so what was I working on this right here on the state? And the resolver has an issue as well. But anyway, I didn't want to use this use effect. Let me undo this stuff that it did. This is correct. This is right. I do want it to check if it has files. And if it has files, it's true. Then I wanted to, I do want to make the URL optional if has files is true. So that it did correctly. What it didn't do correctly is on the celebration form, creating these use effects. And what other things did it do in here? Celebration form. Let's go. I'm going to undo this change. So this change on the form, I'm going to undo. All right. So now set value, resolver. What I wanted to do was have a way for the setter to change. So the attachment control has passed, it gets the set file. So to save myself the re-renders, I'm going to do the following. I'm going to change the setter to be outside of the attachment control. So add or modify attachment. And so let me turn off Copilot for a moment. Let's just snooze it. All right, so the modify attachment is going to use the set file. So this is going to receive the file from the attachment control. So the attachment control on the setter, because it's using set file, it's using the selected file, which is type file. So we're going to copy this. And I'm going to show you that this is going to be a lot better than what AI wrote. And this is going to just not do anything. Going to return void. All right. So now the set file, if we have selected file, then we are going to be adding attachment, right? Otherwise, we're going to be removing. set file to undefined, removing the attachment. And also set value to, where was the validation? Set has files to false. Otherwise, set has files to true. Why is has files giving me an error? Oh, because the reason because celebration insert needs to have that in here. That's files resolver. Okay, so has files. Let's go to the validation. Has files is required, and it's set to false. Good. Has files non-nullable boolean undefined. Celebrate and okay, so celebrate. I did put it on there, didn't I? But I didn't put it this way. It has to have non-nullable in the app props. So non-nullable, boolean, and I believe it said undefined. Right? Has files. It's still giving me this error. Why? It could be either celebration item insert. Let's see. Has files. Ah, I know what it is. In the app props, we need to add as files. Now that should get rid of that error. So now modify attachment. We need to do this to the attachment control. We are no longer going to use set file. I'm going to use modify attachment. Perfect. For that error, we can say file or undefined. And then we can set our file to the selected file. And now we can pass modify attachment to here. And you see how easy this is compared to the nonsense that AI wanted to add. That's what I'm talking about. Don't rely too much on AI. It has its benefits, but it's not. It can make a big mess when it doesn't really need to. It just created a use effect. It was going to cause re-renders on my component. It's just not the way to do things. And to remove attachment. What is the error here? Modify attachment undefined is not assignable to parameter file. Modify attachment. Modify attachment. Oh, because here I didn't put undefined. And then on the celebration form, resolver. Let's fix what the resolver issue is. Resolver String undefined is not assignable to type string on celebration image URL. All right, so on the validation, on the celebration image URL, it's set to string. So let's go to the app props. Celebration item URL could be string or it could be undefined. What's the issue now? Resolver result. Resolver success. Somewhere we're missing. Well, can you give me any idea I can implement it here? Can you give me any tech business idea going well there, because India is always behind, or any idea that might work here? I mean, if you want me to give you a business idea, it's a little out of my wheelhouse, to be honest with you. I'm a developer, right? So, and that's one of the things that I struggle with myself. That's why I have a job, with a regular 9 to 5 hours. So I don't really run businesses. I want to get one started. Don't get me wrong. I would love to build these things that I'm doing right now live, and start my own business this way. But I'm not quite there yet. So sorry. I wish I could be better help on that one, but I don't really have any tech business ideas. If I did, I would be starting one right now. I'm just a coder. I like to share code. And if you have a question on how to do code, I can help you with that. But yeah, unfortunately, I'm not a business major. And myself, I kind of want to get something like that started, but I haven't gotten there yet. So my issue here is it has to do with the image type. Let's see what AI does to this. As file is non-nullable boolean undefined, but is required in type. Oh, that has to do with this is non-nullable boolean. Celebration image URL. Keep required key. Usually best make model optional key. So on the celebration, it's recommending that I make this optional. And what, remove undefined? That didn't make any change. My dog is upset. It's not assignable to. Values are incompatible. DSA. Can you tell me what DSA is? How to get good at DSA? What is DSA? Resolver. celebration image. This happens sometimes because of the way. Let's close this. Let's go to close this. Validation. So celebration image URL. Let's make this the same. Here in app props. What do we have in app props? So title string, number, string, has files, non-nullable, boolean undefined, a celebration image URL. It could be string or undefined. Wait, validation has files. This is obviously going to error that out. Everything derived from me adding the has files thing. The prop, the has files prop. And this celebration validation schema. And this is required. Has files is a boolean. Celebration day, celebration month. I don't understand. Make theme model optional key. Celebration image URL, make it optional. Otherwise, normalize it. Ensure schema interface matches chosen shape exactly. So this is I know we could technically use infer type, but I don't know what that's gonna break. Let's try it. Wait a minute. Celebration form values? Why didn't that get added there? Let's try that. Obviously, that's going to. Even that didn't work. With the hook. Could it be this? No. Where is it showing that? I don't understand this error at all. And AI didn't really help. I mean, I did change this to be optional. That didn't fix anything. We don't need this. Nor do we need invert type. Oh, this could have been the issue. Celebration default values. Wait, how did this? This wasn't like this. Was it? Now I don't remember. SPFx is what we use to build SharePoint framework web parts. Yeah, it's basically what enables us to build these, what you saw on the page. Build this. It's an extension that allows us to build these tools for SharePoint. I don't know if you're familiar with SharePoint. I'm a SharePoint developer, so that's what I build, is these web parts. Title, celebration month, celebration day, celebration type. Everything's, all my errors are coming because of this darn has files. But technically I don't have to add has files now that I think about it. Let me get rid of has files. Let's get rid of it. Oh shoot, I do. Oh, never mind, I do need it. Damn it. Why do I have to put it non-nullable? It should just be a boolean. True or false. Can you share your GitHub profile? Yeah, it's on my on YouTube. If you look at my videos, it's usually in the description. Alright, so resolver. Yep, resolver. Alright, so let's change this to has files. Boolean is required, false. Why is it making it non-nullable? Would it change it if I make it optional? Let's make it required. I don't know if this is an oxymoron, but Non-nullable. What does that make? Non-nullable. What happens when I change it to optional? I wonder. Let's see, it says Boolean undefined. That's exactly what I wanted to show. But right here on the any object, this is undefined. And what's the problem? See, that this is now much more narrow of an error. So what's the problem? So celebration image URL is optional in type, but required in type. So celebration image URL is the problem. So let's go back to validation. Image URL. So here, image URL, string or undefined. It could be string or undefined. But required in type. So let's go back to our app props. Image URL is string or undefined. Why is it required? It's string or undefined, string or undefined. What is it talking about? I don't understand why I'm getting that error on the resolver. It definitely has to do with the celebration image URL being here's celebration string undefined. Maybe I need to put nullable in here. I wonder. I'm at a loss. I don't understand why this has this error. So it's saying has files boolean undefined. String undefined is not a bit, not a, let's try it now. I'm almost there at breaking my record. I think my record streaming is 3.5 hours. I'm trying to see if I can beat it. Type mismatch resolver. I guess I can cast it. This is what it's suggesting. I cast it as celebration item insert. I mean, this should work too. Let's do this. That gets rid of the error. Disable. And now nope, celebration image still saying it's required. Why? Let's look at our information here. Let's look at our form context. Celebration form. Here's our form. Let's look at the state of the form. So right now, has file. What? Where does it say for has file? Wait, the brick's not being added. The image is not being added. We have a bug in the add the attachment. You see, when I click on background, it's not being added. So there's an issue with the attachment control. With here. With this modify attachment, it's not working. So let's go look and see what's not working. Go to sources. It was the... Actually, it's not going to be in the attachment control. It's going to be in the celebrate form. Let's go look. Celebration form. It's not even there. The celebration form should have a modify attachments right under handle form submit. Here's handle form submit. Did it not? I hate that this thing doesn't build, and it doesn't show like a it used to be that when you were developing, it would give you like a pop-up that tells you like, hey, there's an error. It doesn't tell me. And let's restart the development. Hopefully they'll fix this. SharePoint framework will fix this. I've noticed that ever since they moved to Heft, it's not as reliable. I'm almost out of coffee. Celebration TSX has some errors. Let's go look. Handle edit this is why. We still have errors on default layout. Let's go look. Oh, that's the wrong default layout. We're in the celebration. Here's the error. Celebration image URL or undefined. What's the issue? What I find interesting, and this is again what I don't like some of the changes the SharePoint framework has done, is that it used to tell us the error in the UI. Like we would have a fallback. And that might be a problem with my code, the way that I set up the code. I think that's what I didn't do, now that I think about it. It might be my fault. It would have like an overlay. And I think it is because of the way I wrote the code. I don't have a fallback on here. I think it's my fault. Sorry, SharePoint framework folks. It's not something you did. It was something that I did. Celebration feed. So we go to components. Component celebration feed. Yeah, this is why I don't have a fallback. But now if I had a celebration, there it is. Now it should work. And now if I don't have an image URL, it's okay. See, it still adds it. And obviously now we're gonna have to show the brick image here instead of the T and J. So now we would be able to go into the component, which let's find out what component it was again. This component is, but anyway, one of the things that I don't want to lose sight of is you saw that when I had AI make the changes, it added a use effect, which would have caused re-rendering. And I was able to do it without doing that, without using a use effect. So that's what I was saying. That's the reason I code manually, because if I let AI fully take over, it's going to make some decisions that I am not happy with. And that's the reason why I still code manually. Contrary to what a lot of other developers, I just can't direct AI to just do it for me because it doesn't do things the way I want them to be done. And it's just not as clean. Come here, lady. Huh? Come here, lady. I'm gonna try to see if I could let you meet my dog. I wonder if she'll come for a treat. Here she comes. He's chewing on stuff. You're chewing on stuff? He's gonna take over my stream. She literally pushed the microphone away. All right. Get the thing out of my face. Sorry. Anyway, so now we have to make it to where the UI component, which is a celebrations component, shows the URL of the attachment. So the celebration TSX. So the persona instead of the celebration image URL, they should use the we need to get the celebration TSX to receive the attachment URL. So the celebrations, where's celebrations used again? In default layout, celebrations. I wonder. So there's a property in the celebration item. So let's go look at app props. Not this app props. Attachments, which is a Boolean. So we need to pass that. So where is our celebrations? Is from default layout. So as attachments is going to be a Boolean field. And then on default layout, as attachments, going to be that. Now, we need to be able to determine or get the attachments by ID. So const use equals use attachments by ID, and it's going to be the ID. Attachments error. Okay, so since the attachment image URL could be undefined because we might not have any attachment URL, we need to now do a check. So if the celebration image URL is there, well, yeah, let's do that. Let's do it this way. All right, so if the attachment URL is there, we're going to display it like this. We can get rid of this or. What is this issue? I'll come back to that. So if the image URL is there, we're going to be using the image URL. All right, and if it's not there, we're going to check if it has attachments. As attachments was before the handlers. So let's move that up. I like to keep things uniform. All right, so, and on this one, we're going to do this. We're going to have has attachments. If it does, we're going to pass the ID. Otherwise, I'm going to go with undefined. That way we don't even try to make the call. All right. All right. So now, if it has attachments, and they're not loading, then we want to go ahead and display the persona with the image URL. This is why I hate when AI takes over. Didn't I just snooze this guy? All right. If it has the attachments. Wait. And not if the attachments are loading. Oh, I'm getting an error because I need to put it inside of a fragment. Okay, so if it has the attachments and they're not loading, and there are no errors, then I want to go ahead and load the persona. But instead of the celebration URL, I want to use the attachment dot attachment 0. I think it's the relative URL. Let's try that one. It might not work. All right, let's see if that works. And obviously this is going to refresh. Oh, we don't have an image. Why? Let's go look at the URL. Why do we not have an image here? Because this should have attachments by ID. How is this returning the data? I have a feeling that, well, what has attachments? Let's go look. Has attachments is false. Why is it false? Oh, wait, did we not? Yeah, it doesn't have the attachment. It never saved the attachment. It's not saving the attachment. That's why it doesn't load the attachment. So let's go look at the anniversaries list. So we have test John, but you can see if I make the attachment field visible, there's no attachment. So the attachment's not saving. Let's find out why. So on the submit, so if I edit this, I inspect this. Let's look at the component and why it's not saving. So here's the form, and this is the item. So when I add an image, I can see the image here, but the attachment is empty. As files is still false. Something's happening with the adding of the attachment in the form. The modify attachments. What is selected file? So the attachment control is not working. Oh, you know that. Never mind. Celebration image URL obviously is going to be undefined. As files are supposed to be set to true. So there's something happening with the celebration form on the modify attachment function. So let's find out what's going on. So now if I go back and add it, brick photo, set file, and set house to true. However, has files is still false and attachments are empty. Why? All I did was modify the set file. Oh wait. Where's the file property? Does has file still false? Attachment is empty. Oh wait, attachments being empty is normal. Has files being false is not. Now the question is, on the submit, what's being passed? Celebration item, attachments, and then the submit coming from the parent. But let's look at the parent for celebration form, which is default layout. Put this to the side here. Handle add celebration. Handle add celebration. Oh, we didn't put a handler to add the attachment. The celebration item. Like there's no property here passing the file. And so when we go to look at the API, this is what let me just make this temporarily needed. And then, that's going to cause errors in the handle add attachment. Yep, there we go. This is where I wanted to see. This is just passing the item, but we need to pass the file if it's needed. And obviously file is going to have to be separate. And now the file is the file's gonna have to be moved up out of the form. Yeah. So let me move that. Right now it's in the form. Oof. I think that this isn't a bad. Let's see. I said file was in here. So technically, this needs to be out here. We need the setter. Now we can do that. And now here. Can be undefined. The reason I'm getting this error is because it's saying the file is undefined. And it can be undefined. So all I have to do is add it. Let's change this. Make file optional. And then on the API, we can go back to making that optional as well. There we go. Now here, we need to move this down. It doesn't matter. We don't need undefined there. The celebration items. What did this thing do? I know what I did wrong. This is not that thing didn't do it. It was me. There we go. And what is this? I got 3. You update. Oh, the update. I need to do the update celebration. Update celebration item needs to include file. And we also need to include on this update API, file is there. But let's make it required for now, just so we know where the error is. Now it can be optional again. Disable. Now it should work, I think. Let's do the brick. Oh, we have an error. the brick shows up, but there's an error when we add it for the first time, so we have to fix that. Let's go look at what happens when I do that. Let's say or maybe it was just a fluke, that one time thing, but this should have updated this immediately. So there's an issue with the update part. Let me make this required again. Let me take off this for now. Where are the other errors at? Here. File is optional. File is optional. That's a normal error. Oh wait, but that's for the ad celebration. Why am I getting an error on ad celebration? Oh, I didn't update this. Yeah, I did the update ad. I shouldn't be getting an error on the ad celebration. And here's an issue. On the ad celebration, it should be not the update. This is adding a celebration. Editing a celebration is what I'm supposed. So this is a problem. It shouldn't be using the update. It should be using the ad celebration. Where's this used at? Ah. I see what I did. This is basically saying if we have an edit item, then obviously we're editing, so we use the update. Otherwise, we should be using the add. Oh, here's the problem. No, that's correct. Update celebration. Return. Okay, so we update it. So on the options is where we're causing a problem. Let's see how we handled it on the FAQ one. This one right here. And whenever we would update an attachment, how would we handle that here? Bum, 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 bum. Let's see, we had on submit was submit FAQ form, which came from the parent. And the parent being the question answer. So submit FAQ form was this function that's up here. If data file. Okay, so we have to set the attachments to true. And that's what we're doing wrong. So here on the update celebration, update celebration item options. Here's where I missed the ball. It could be file, Yeah, and if it has a file, so attachments file. Otherwise, otherwise it's false. Why is it saying the item? Okay, let's go back and make it optional. Where's the optional? It's in the API folder, but insert, update. Update celebration item. Okay, I think I got it now. I edit it. It was an error. Add request. Doesn't tell me the error there. Oh wait, did I put this in? No, this is ladder. Oh, you see that? It automatically updated it. What are you making? I am making a SharePoint framework Webpart. Why doesn't it not submit? What's the error? It's already in use. It's because I think, is it updating it on the back already? Yeah, it's already updated. So I think what I'm doing wrong is on the submit, I am trying to submit the attachment that's already been submitted again, and I don't need to do that. So what I did different on this application compared to the previous application is that I didn't make the attachment addition as part of the submit. On the previous application, I made the attachment available as part of the submit button. And on this application, what I did is I made it part of the contextual change on the actual form. And that's why it's giving me an error. It's saying, wait a minute, you're trying to add something that's already there. So the update celebration technically doesn't need this. Wow, does it? Wait, let me test something real quick before I go and change it. So let's say I delete this. Oh, it's gonna cause an error now. It's crashing. When I deleted it, cannot read properties of undefined. Yep. because on the deletion, it's causing the URL not to be there. And when I add it, this is one good way of finding out. So right now, the attachments are blank. The moment I add an attachment, like the brick photo, it's still not there. The moment I submit it, still not there, right? Double check. Okay, so I submit it. It added the attachment. You can see brick photos there, but it's saying that the server relative URL is empty because it needs to so let's see. I need to optimistically give it a URL, and that needs to happen on the update celebration. What's happening is here, it's actually an issue with the attachment control. Right here on the use attachment by ID. On the mute, there's a mutate attachments. But I guarantee you I don't have helper functions around this, do I? I do. I only have a use delete. I need to have a new file. Use update. And on here, it's the same thing. I am curious though what happens when I add an item with an image. You can see it updates. So the adding is working, it's the update that's not. So, because I can see the image, although it would be nice if when I add it, it temporarily displays that image URL for now. Because when I add an image, I can see, and actually this needs to be set to undefined. You can see the image there on the preview. How is that preview being generated? Attachment control. Let's make the hover stick. What am I hovering on, the file chip? No. Oh, what is this hover? It's putting a span there under this div. Okay, I don't know. I was just trying to figure out where this image is coming from. I don't know where this image is coming from. It's killing me. Looks like it's this here, but it doesn't stick. Why? And make that stick. But I am going to see. The file chip has brickphoto.png. And it's a file chip. I guess what I'm trying to do is I am trying to make it so that you can see the image immediately when you hit submit. Because right now what's happening is if I delete these, so you can see the brick photo, right? But when I click submit, let me add it again. You can't see it. You can see like a little blank area, but I would like for it to show the image of the brick immediately. And if it's showing it on hover, it stands to reason I should be able to see it on here. But I forget if file has on the update celebration or the add celebration. Let's close this. The add celebration on the here. Wait, celebration item, optimistic update. Attachments is by default setting to false. That's incorrect. It should be a file. It should be true. Otherwise, it should be false. What is the issue here? Oh, it just went away. That's weird. What does that do? It still has it blank. And file was there. So the optimistic update should have sent this to true. But for some reason, know it's been a little while since I worked on this, so I'm trying to figure out the API. When we insert, if the file, we're going to add the file. And then we return the item itself. And then use add celebration. Passing the file. I know it shouldn't, it doesn't really matter, but it bothers me. What I mean by it doesn't really matter is because it's ultimately, it's going to be used like this, right? It just loads with the information. You see how it kind of, this image doesn't do it. Watch. Let me throttle it so you can see what I'm talking about, what's bothering me. I'm going to load it. I'm going to make it load slowly. This is what bothers me. When the Webpart loads, you're going to see the first two images load immediately because they're embedded into a prop called the URL. But the third one is not going to show anything until the attachment loads. And it's obviously not very intuitive. I don't like that. Boy, did I slow this thing down drastically. Here's what I'm going to do. No throttling. And I'm going to throttle it now. So I'm going to delete it and I'm going to re-add it. And now that I'm going to add it. Oh, that's not a good example. I don't know if you can see it on stream, but when it loads, what I'm basically trying to say is that the image on the first two shows up really fast and on the third one it doesn't. I'm throttling it so it can load up really slowly. But boy, is it like drastically slowing it down. You see how it loaded these two images immediately, but this third one, it's slower. See, the third one came in later. To avoid that, we could technically say that when the form, let's go look at the form. Wait, let's close this. So a celebration form. Right here. We can tell it set value celebration image URL. Wait, we can't do it this way. It's gonna have to be in the API. So when we add an item, I forget what the URL is. Let's look. Here's the URL. So it's anniversaries, attachments, and then the number of the ID, and then the brick PNG. Okay, we can build this dynamically. Let's build it dynamically. So to build it dynamically, we're going to have to find out if file is there. So for the celebration image URL, we're going to find out first if there is a file involved. If there's a file involved, then it's going to be the ID of the item. We don't have the ID until after we add it. So it can't be done here. So it's going to have to be done here. Add attachment to added item ID, and then the file. How can I update and add at the same time? Update. Gonna have to use update celebration item, but let's move this call up here. All right, so now that it's there, now we're gonna do update celebration item, added item dot ID. No, wait. And then we want to do the celebration image URL. Celebration image URL is going to be because we want the server relative URL to be that. Right. But this is going to have to be dynamic. So does the SP object contain? No. And then this is going to be and then the name of the file. And obviously this is going to have to be a literal. String literal. item. File name. And then we need this to be the site name. I wonder what happens when you add an attachment using the API. I'm curious what gets returned. Let's comment this out first. Const added attach. And save this. Why is it not saving? Okay. And then let's just console log it. Let's get rid of that. Okay, so now network, no throttling. Attachment added true. It just returns true. Oh, because I have the API called to that. But let's go look at the celebration API, and when attachment is added, remove celebration item, delete attachment. There we go. Let's do this. John. Attachments returns all this. So let's copy this object. And then, well, why is it giving me true? And attachments is this. Because I set the add attachment to celebration items is returning Boolean. That's why it's returning true. Instead of returning this, it should return iAttachment info. And then this should be const added attachment, and it should return this. My computer is running really slow. I can't even copy and paste. This thing is ridiculously slow right now. What is iAttachment result? So now it said I have I attachment result. I wonder. Let's go back to add attachment. And now we can update the item again. Update item. Just gonna say that I'm using it before I created it. But let's move this function down to the bottom. All right, so now let me do this. I feel like I'm gonna be going around in circles doing this way. Update celebration item. Yeah, it's not gonna work doing this. Basically what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to make the URL be the attachment, and then we don't have to necessarily use the attachment by ID. Because what's happening is that it's not rendering the image right away because that image URL hasn't been loaded. That's why whenever we load this, you see how it kind of flashes and then it renders the image. So we look at the images, 2 of them will load immediately and then the third one doesn't. And then it loads that. So to mitigate that, what I was thinking is go ahead and set the attachment image URL to be the celebration image URL. Right? And the only way to do that is when you actually load the attachment, go ahead and set the image URL to that image URL so that way going forward, it always does that. It does the changes every single time. And so that's why I was trying to say when we add the attachment, let's go ahead and make the celebration image URL the same as the URL that's coming from the attachment. Problem is that I have to have this site name. And that's problematic. But now that I think about it, I could technically make it so that I append this to the beginning. So update celebration item. It's not, I don't know. The celebration item. The added item. Let me see. Update celebration item. I'll be right back. Give me a moment. Sorry about that. All right, so update celebration item. I want to pass to it the item. I want to pass the object because update celebration item requires a file. Not necessarily. It just requires that one parameter, which is the item. I just want to pass. Oh, this is just an error because it's oh wait. And so here okay. I'm gonna leave it like this. And what I need to change is I need to add sites and then the name of the site on load. Okay, so and to do that, we need to go to the celebrations. And basically say we need to have in the celebration, we need to have the URL of the site. And we can do that by getting the site URL from the props. And the props are in here. So I thought it was under context. Yeah, context dot page context dot. I thought it was absolute URL, but cite that absolute URL. This is what I need. Missing something here. Celebration. Oops. Celebration feed props. Where is this at? It says it's missing. Celebration feed props. So this should be here. Under. It's not here. Right here. There we go. That got rid of the error. All right, so now that I have that URL, So technically all I need is to pass that to default layout, and then in default layout, I need to get that and pass it into celebrations. And now, if it has attachments, I don't want to use this. I want to use a combination of the site URL plus the celebration image URL. Like that. But to combine these two, I need to make it into, yep, like that. An object, an template literal. And here's what's the problem here? Okay, so now if I save it all, image just shows J John. But what is the, oh, because the URL wasn't saved. Because I need to add it again. John. Birthday. It's still showing up this way. Why? Let's go look at the component. Image. Oh, this is why. Because the source persona image URL is this. I need to just get the, where's the site URL? That was coming into celebrations. Oh, this is the site URL, site streaming. I need to bring in a different format. What are my options here? Absolute URL, server relative URL. Okay. All right, so now you can see it's site streaming. So now I need to have celebrations, persona base, image. So this is an issue with celebrations. So celebrations is the site URL and then the celebration image. Oh, this is the problem right here. Technically, we don't even have to do this check anymore. We can always just say celebration image URL. Let's get rid of this. And we can get rid of this. And we don't need this anymore. Now it should work. No, we still have an issue with the image here. Let's see what the error is. We're still not getting the image the site URL in there. Because on the celebrations, the site URL is this. So this on the image is not. Celebration site URL is not even being used. Why? Oh, here is a problem. Let's make this a template literal. There we go. Now it should work. Look at that. See, now we have, only problem is that these two images aren't showing up. Because this should only be used if we have has attachments. So we have to check has. So the template literal should only be used if has attachments. If it does have it, otherwise just use celebration image URL. My computer is running really slow and I'm already at 4 hours, so I think I'm gonna call it quits after I see it working. So you can see now the images are loading immediately, but for some reason these two images at the top are not. Even though there's images for them. You can see this is the problem right here. The source. It has attachments. And what has attachments on celebrations? Has attachments is false. So why is it putting this here? If it has attachments, I need you to put this. Otherwise, just use the image URL. Celebration image URL. Celebration image URL is this. So there's an error with the way it's. Oh wait, I didn't save it. That could be why. If you don't save it, it's not gonna change. There we go. So anyway, that's it for today. 4-hour stream. I broke my record. Maybe next time I can go a little bit longer. But now my images are showing up immediately, all at the same time. And I don't have that problem anymore. And I don't even have to technically load the attachment anymore. I can just use the URL because the URL is being updated on that item. But we'll test that on the next time. Anyway, thanks for joining me today, and see ya. Peace.